Morning everyone. Hopefully it's still good. Usual check. Check me on stream, check it's working. I'm sure it all is. I think this technology piece is all sorted out. Let's have a quick look. Right, are we working? Hopefully.
Morning everyone.
Right, we are. Little delay, as usual. You catch me. Oh, there's a fish top in there, look, in front of me. Oh, right. So we are at Gold Valley Lakes today, and we're fishing the Wednesday Open, and we're on Gold Lake today. We're on the canal bank of Gold. So anyone that chooses to get on the Basingstoke Canal, you could walk down and stand behind me, like it's some fish-o final. Hope the picture's all right. Cameras should all be right. That camera's not connected. We've got what? 4 minutes, something like that. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm on peg 15. I've set up 3 methods today. I've got a pellet waggler, I've got a bomb, and I've got a pellet feeder, which I've clipped up towards the rope, but it's probably going to get chucked down my edge. I've got a spare peg to my left, I've got an angler to my right, but in the left hand side I've got a reed bed that's grown up, and I think fishing over it with a pole is too awkward. So if I need to, I will flick a little pellet feeder down there, and that'll be my edge peg. Should I need to do it, I'll chuck pellets down there during the day, I think, and that'll be all good. So we start in 3 minutes. I'll just run through. I'll just move that there. I'll just run through the setup for the day. Firstly, my waggler. That's size 12 Guru pellet waggler hook, 019 hook length, which is about 1 metre to a 7 gram Daiwa Shorty float. I'm not sure that camera's in the right place. Daiwa Shorty float in the right place. Yeah. That's the waggler setup. Standard waggler. It's pretty much how it always is. Trusty bomb rod, which is a 019 hook length, just straight to a Guru speed bead, and then a very battered up 3/4 ounce bomb. 8 pound main line, 019 reflow power hook length, and then an old style pellet feeder. So I think that's better for down the edge. To a Guru wafter, short hook length 4 inches, size 14 QM1 hook from Guru. Same 8 pound Daiwa ST line on the reel. That's it. Hopefully it should be a relatively simple-ish match today. I could have done a few other things. I could fish a pole, but to win today you're going to need to weight a carp. So I'm going to focus on catching carp. I think it's going to be quite a busy day. I've got a nice tub of Ringer's 8mm pellets ready to go. I've got some fishery 2mm soaked up. I've got fish topping in the peg. I'm going to get ready for the all-in. Hopefully the wind's not going to be too bad, and catch some fish on the waggler today. That's the idea. Looking forward to this. So yeah, it's all good. Hopefully we're going to have a good 5 hours. I can see fish moving here. Do you know, I think I might have a couple of chucks with this waggler. I think that reed's going to get in my way today. I should have trimmed that. If I can just knock off that bit of dead. That'll do. Right, ready for all in. Ready to get going. Start on the chest camera, see how that is. There's loads of fish moving around. So yeah, I think a few casts before I put any bait in, I think would be the right idea. Just see if any random fish come to it straight away before I need to do anything else. There we go, there's the all in. Right, spot on. Right, let's have a couple of checks of the waggler. Okay, so the guy two to my left is also starting on the waggler. Just going to cast it, twitch it, leave it and then recast. Have you? Yeah. Let me know when it's out and I will make an adjustment. I'll go back out. So the gentleman to my right has hooked a fish and it's coming towards me, so I'm just going to feed the peg. Yeah, did it come off? Right, so let's get back out. Try and get into our rhythm. Right, chuck it out. Feed, twitch. And repeat. So I'm going to start on the waggler and see how this goes. It's pretty much a repeat of the match I fished on Syndicate Lake the other week. That's what it's going to be about, working hard today. Oh, look at that. It's gone off like a marlin. Making a lot of commotion, that is. F1 little baby thing. Well, no, I'll tell a lie. It's not a little baby F1. It's a okay F1, but it's an F1. So we're going to put F1s in here, separate them. Call that £2. Got one to my right as well. Could be a busy day today. He's got one, I've had one. See if we can settle down into a rhythm. This is going to be quite important. I think there's a few fish out there. So I think we've got to think about work rate, being busy. Done it in the net or done it before the net? quite busy today. Let's keep it going. Helpful. Fishing a 7-gram float today, with the view that if the wind gets up I can switch it to an 8-gram and still get to the same sort of space. Oh, it's a bit to the left. Afternoon, if you're just joining, we are just under 10 minutes into the Wednesday Open at Gold Valley Lakes. I'm fishing on Gold Lake Peg 15 and I've had one F1 for a £2. He's got a fish to my right. He's also fishing the waggler. What's that? It's like a dolphin. And I'm essentially looking to fish the waggler and the bomb today. I will chuck some 8mm down this sort of left-hand edge. I've not set out the pole. I thought it was going to be too awkward to fish over the reeds, so I've left that for the day. But I will keep feeding it, and I've got a pellet feeder and I might chuck that down on top of it if I need to, but we'll chuck some pellets down there during the day and it'll be good. I'm going to fish on my left hand side, next door but one. The spare peg right directly to my left. It's peg 2, miss 1 today. I think there's 16 or 17 anglers fishing. And I'm fishing in a field of what is essentially a lot of regular anglers who fish the venue 1 to 2 times a week. So I need to work hard. They certainly will be. The quality of angler at Gold is fantastic. Not only do the anglers good anglers, but they're also got a good understanding of the venue. Fish topping in my peg then. So we've both had a fish. The guy to my right had a fish first chuck. Foul looked it. I had a fish in the first 5 minutes. So did he. Now we're both sitting there with no bites. That's a bite. It's come off. That's annoying. Trying to focus on my accuracy today. Trying to fish just to the right of 3 buoys that are on the rope. That's where I want to be fishing and feeding today. It's a bit short. That's one of the things I think the other week where I could have done better with the accuracy. So I'm going to try and keep it just to the right with that bush in front of me. That's my target zone, and I've got a clear bit of light water either side of where that bush is. That's the target. I'll try and be, reasonably quick with everything, but also try and make sure it falls within inside of those sort of guardrails. Even then, if there's a slight variation in distance, at least it's in a single column and I don't spread the fish out too much. Held that back a little bit too hard, that was a bit of a big plop. Go straight over the top of that. That's better. Certainly feeding a lot to my right. Same sort of frequency as me, but he's firing out. I clearly fouled at that fish. Didn't have a bite and then started to wind and then I've hooked it. So they're there. Everyone's having a good day. Thanks for joining me. Any questions about the rig or what I'm doing, just pop them in the chat, and if I catch them I'll answer, and if not I'll try and check everything out at the end of the day. Oh, I can hear myself. Alright, we're doing alright with the bait accuracy, so I'm happy with that. I'll keep that up. Here comes the wind. So what are we? Nearly 20 minutes in. I've had one fish. Foul hooked one fish. No, foul hooked two fish. Not on for very long, just bumped them. It's not a lot. I wanted more from it today than this, I think. I will keep plugging away on the waggler. Might have been a bite. Oh. Slightly to the right. So where's all the fish gone? Where's all the fish gone? All backed off to the rope, probably. I think if you're a carp on this lake today, there's about 4 or 5 pleasure anglers fishing down that end. I don't see any down this end. Suddenly 11 o'clock comes along. Hooter goes and suddenly it's like brum, 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 brum. All these pellets and wagglers. Oh, I managed to get that. A bit of reed that I knocked off, stuck on top of my rod. Should I just, the fish just back off? Let's keep working hard. Drop it on the left. See the fish on the waggler to my right. I don't know if anyone joined last night. I went down the River Thames. There's a video up on the channel on the live tab. I went down the Thames last night for a couple of hours, caught some nice roach and some dace. So I continued to learn how to fish a stick float, so that was quite good. And I've got quite a busy week of angling ahead. I'm out down the Thames tomorrow night. I've got a session in my mind for Saturday morning, early morning, barbel or chub. That's what I'm doing on Saturday. I'll try and catch myself some barbel and chub down the Thames. Sunday I'm back here again for the open match on Syndicate Lake. So a busy week of streaming, busy week of fishing. It's just unfortunate that when I changed pegs yesterday, I went towards the town and the 4G signal got worse. It's not great where I live, and it's certainly not great in the town. So I've got an hour and 20 minutes of me fishing the first peg, where the signal's good, and then it all goes a bit rubbish. But I did make a little post on the community tab on my page that said, oh, hello Simon. Thanks, mate. I captured all the footage on my on an SD card. So when I do those single camera streams, they're more liable for some quality problems if I do them where I live. But then I can capture the footage on the SD card, so it's all good. So I've saved that for a little stick float fishing down the river montage. I'll sort that out. But if you want to watch the video, it's up there. But I would only watch the first hour and 20 minutes. That was a good little session last night. I enjoyed that. Trying to work some things out, you know. This is slow. This is not what I wanted today. In terms of pace of fish. I think we're going to stick with the waggler. I'll stick it for an hour. And then we'll have a look on the bomb, I think. I know I've got to do. I've got to turn that on. Excuse me 1 second, otherwise everything's going to shut off in a minute. Fish topping in my peg. Thanks very much. And grab my pellet, please. One, two, three, four, five. What's he firing? 7 pellets, 8 pellets to my right. Fishing more. Certainly putting in more. I'm putting in 4 or 5. Yeah, if I'm putting in 5, he's putting in 8. It's got a completely different rhythm to what I'm doing. Turn that up a little bit. The brightness not going to see. No, it's just bright today. Oh, that rod's bending. It's not an F1. Got reeds to my left and my right. I've not got. I end up getting snagged up here quite easily. Well, if one ache. Yeah. £4. So we're going to try. We're going to feed again now. We're going to leave it off the twitch. 1, 2, 3. Not sure. I was wondering if the fish were sitting further down. Not sure where they are. So we'll carry on as we have been. How's that camera looking? Is it alright? Yeah. I must admit, I do like it when you put your rod on the rest across your leg, and then as you go to feed, you just see the tip bending around. I do like that. It's very satisfying. A fish has come up. A fish has just come up and bumped my float. I've seen it come up out of the water. This sort of fish coming out and then just bashing into my float. Missed that bite. I was saying the other week that I thought I was feeding in 2 different places. That my initial feed was going further and my second cast was going slightly nearer, and I'm watching it today and I think that is absolutely true. My second feed, I think just because the way I've got my rod on my leg and I fire it slightly differently, the second one I think sometimes goes closer. It's not a long way, but it is slightly different. I'm not sure it's a problem, by the way, either. But there is a slight difference. It's a lovely cast that deserves a fish. Now I'm conscious of it, I'm trying to make that second feed go further. I'm saying it's not a problem the next minute. I'm subconsciously trying to correct it. Go away, wasp. No, wasp, I'm not having you. Go away, please. Clearly something tasty smelling. I'm keeping it, landing it. Watch myself get stung here now. Go on, cut it off. Nothing for you here. Wasp disagrees, keeps coming back. It wants something off my landing net. Clearly a fishy smell. Keep that feed accurate, I'm doing well at that. Keep that first cast beyond the feed. Doing well at that. So just over half an hour. We've got a 4 pound in the net, 2 F1s. £2 a piece. It's certainly a lot slower than I wanted it to be. Fishing for over £100 today, so you know, I'm looking for £20 an hour, not £5. Now fishing gold are big, the carp, so it won't be a problem. To build up a weight later in the day, but I would rather, as I've said before, I'd rather be catching, you know, a decent weight per hour, not, you know, leave it till the end of the day or leave it to one good hour. But I can't dictate to the fish. I don't think fishing a different method is a good idea. You could fish the pole. You know, I could have fed the pole line and gone out on it after half an hour and catch some bream, but I'm not going to do a weight like that. I could have set up to fish the pole for carp. I don't think many people are doing it in this lake, so I don't see the point of that either. I don't think the fish are in that sort of short pole line area. Need to be consistent with this. Build up the line for the bomb later. And have a look after an hour and see if the fish are down. Having a free feed. floppy. Not too noisy that. Hope everyone's having a good day. Thanks for joining me. If there's anything you want to know about the technique or the style of fishing or what's going on or anything, just drop a comment in the chat and I'll do my best to answer it. It's a nice cast, that is. Come on. No, that deserved to get torn off in one wood. Keep busy anyway. If you're first time here, welcome. My name is Graham and I am fishing the open match at Gold Valley today. If it's your first time on the channel, then welcome to the fishing stream. I think I say in the channel preview video, if you're not a subscriber, that the idea is that I bring you all the action as it happens from the bank, you know, live. That's the whole idea of the channel. It's not around videos afterwards. I do make them. I do an edit of the matches where I can. And the live streams. Right, I'm going to get that wasp now. Right, Mr. Wasp, sorry mate. Before you sting me, because I'm not watching, I'm going to put some bait in. Hope that didn't offend many people. But wasps do become a problem. So yeah, the idea of the channel is that I go fishing, I stream it, you get to watch as we're doing it, have a little chit chat if you want about techniques or the venues. Last night we had a little discussion about how to get through bleak or fishing the river, which was quite interesting and good. Conversation around using hempen caster and, you know, not maggot, and then I was feeding some corn and I'm trying to decide how I want to fish that river. Right now I've decided I'm going to just go try and catch some barbel out of it on Saturday morning. And I know the peg I want to fish. There might be someone in it when I get there, and if so, I've got a secondary peg and a third peg to try. I bought the bits of gear that I needed to fish it yesterday. Some extra bits of gear, and I'll sort that out during the rest of the week. So if you join me early Saturday morning, my rod should be pointing up into the sky, but it might be early Saturday morning. And when I say early Saturday morning, that could be at 7 o'clock Saturday morning. So it might be a bit early for people. Fish topping in my peg, can't catch them, can't even cast in the right spot. going on, eh? And not that it's much not that it's much compensation for the lack of fish, but I am feeding better. And hopefully that's going to help me more when I get down on the bomb. Oh, you'll strike that bite, mate. Keep busy, Graham, keep busy. I'm always a firm believer of being consistent with the pellet waggler. I think a lot of people start on the pellet waggler and then give up on it, after about 30 minutes if you're not catching. I think if you're going to fish the pellet waggler, then fish the pellet waggler. Fish topping on my left again. And just slightly through my peg. Well, I think a lot of people can give up on it. I can hear fish to my left, and that's not on the pellet waggler, and he's got one on my right. I just don't think it was on the pellet waggler either. So I said I'd give it an hour. I can't see anything to my right. I can't see anything really to my left. I can just hear things. Okay, wasp number 2. Let's hope there's not some friends coming. Where's all them fish gone? Where's all them fish gone? But they're only, you know, I had 2 F1s. I foul looked a couple for, you know, a split second. And I've got a couple of F1s that keep topping, you know, another 15 yards or feet further from where I'm feeding. But yeah, slower start than I was expecting or hoping today. Right, there's this fish going through my peg like a steam train. Let's see if I can get its attention. No was the answer. Keep going. Persevere. We've got 6 or 7 minutes and I'm going to have a look on the bomb. There's a bite off the cast. Can't put my rod down to the left or the right here because of the rushes. Another F1. Fell for that, didn't you? F1. Should I put the net to my left? That's another wasp having a look. Which I'm not keen on. Well, yeah, I think there's, you know, a bunch of anglers that go, you know, plop, 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 plop. You know, no. Sink or drop back and do both, you know. I think it's the same when Tesco's delivered to my house and my missus takes the delivery and, you know, I disappear. The doorbell goes, there's a load of food and I'm nowhere to be seen, you know. Yeah. And then at some point they'll decide, oh, actually I'm hungry now. So, you know. But, you know, I think that's why the F1s are in here, you know, because otherwise they've had no fish. So what we got? Not sure whether I should drop down on that bomb or not now. You know, I did say £20 an hour would be good. 5 hours, £100. And I'm currently on 6. Now, a long time ago when I was fishing this venue, maybe 10 years ago, 9 years ago, if I drew further up, 22, 23, I would just start on the bomb, just fish the whole match on the bomb. I'm not even worry about the waggler, but always in these middle pegs and to the left. In the summer I've always started on the waggler. And I've generally caught more. I think it's the right thing to do though. So I'm going to plug away. Another couple of minutes, I think, at least. Oh, fish there. Come off. God, that's annoying, that is. Might have been a bite, not sure. Say that because the ripple's just got up. It's not like I can't see if the float's gone under or not, but this pellet waggler sits pretty low in the water. I wonder if I'm a bit slow today. accuracy still there with the feeding, so that's all right. I'm not worried about that. Another fish on the left. So that's 3 or 4 he's had, and he's not fishing the waggler, so I might have to make a change. You catching lots of fish, Malcolm? Yeah, they're there. They're definitely there. I think I might be leaving it too long and not casting enough. So we're going to have to do something about that, I think. There's another F1, it's not Carp. Coming in like that, it's not. Another fat F1. Bigger. I've been overestimating these. So we'll just call you £2 as well. Right, so the thought that was just going through my head, rightly or wrongly, was that my first off the cast, I'm leaving it too long to the cast and the second feed. So I think I should be sort of moving at 5, not 7. I've just been thinking about what I was doing the other day. It feels like it could be a little bit slower today. Could be. So we're just going to step up the tempo a little bit. Ripple's got up. Step up the tempo. Let's see if it makes a difference. The net effect will be I'll cast more frequently. That wind's just got up, so I've got to be careful now with that feeding. I don't want to mess it up just before I think about going on the bomb. So, just come up to the end of the first hour. I got 4 F1s for £8, and I'm fishing the waggler on the Wednesday Open at Gold Valley Lakes. I'm fishing on Gold Lake on the canal bank today. And it's blowing into my face from left to right. And there was a lot of carp moving in the top at the start of the match, and then whistle's gone and they've all disappeared, as usual. Which I think is the same for every venue, it's not about this place. I'm just going to give this another 5-ish minutes with a slightly faster cast rate. See if that will make a difference and if I catch another cut of fish or not. What I have to make sure of is I don't lose my feeding accuracy. Three of my fish have been, I think 3 of the fish have been on the splash, 1 on the twitch. Which is more what I would expect versus what was happening on Syndicate the other week, which was more on the twitch than the splash. May again be a sign that I'm leaving it for a little bit too long. I don't know. I don't think I am. Watching what other people are doing. Thinking about how that bait's falling. So we'll keep this going for another 5 minutes. And then I'm going to go down on the bomb. Bumped the fish there. It was as I was winding it though, so I wound into it more than anything else. Battery's running low. How's my battery running low? Oh, I know why my battery's running low. Hold on. I did that, but I didn't do that. Right, hopefully you're all still there. Just let me check that. Right. is that? What is that? I'm not sure. That's how you're meant to catch a roach. But look at that. It's nailed that. Right in front of me. While my rig's just resting. My rod's just resting against in the feeder arm before I cast. It's getting recast. It's got no energy in that. It's not gone far enough. That's hilarious. Right, a couple more casts, and then we're going on the bomb. Right, there's definitely a little wasp venue around here somewhere. And they are definitely showing an interest in my landing net. There's a bite. Grebe doesn't know where to go, does it? I just caught a roach in front of me as I put the rod down on the rest. It's about 4 ounces that's nailed the 8mm pellet. Yeah. I'm sitting waiting now to see if I get a bite. I'm leaving it longer. Without twitching it. Cast was adrift. Right, one more, and then we go on the bomb. Go away, wasp. Go away. Go away. Right. That's enough of that. Hard? Yeah. Yeah. Right, let's see if they're down on the bomb line. Could well be. So we'll feed twice. Once. twice. Standard lazy chuck. Time is 17 minutes past. I'm happy with that feeder arm. It's not too bad. Niners. Well, there's a wasp's nest somewhere in there. I don't know quite where it is. Oh, I'm just going to adjust this feeder arm quickly. See if that's better. Right. Let's go again. Seagull. That's not in the right place. I don't have a little rope to grab it down the edge. Well, right. It's on 20 past. I'm looking because I only want to leave it in for about 5 minutes. I still not like that feeder on. I thought I'd sorted that out before we started. Right. Not sure how I'm going to choose to fish that if I actually go down there, by the way, just over the top of these reeds. Carp crashing the far side of the net, of the rope. Well, the answer to it either on the bomb line, I think currently the answer is no, but let's not be too hasty to make that conclusion. Can you see that tip all right? There's a bit on that camera. I think you can see the tip. Not sure it's good enough to see the tip though, right? So I think we might stay on this one. Now I'm comfortable that I've got a more robust upload process and connection the way that I'm doing it. I will do a stream soon where I up it from 720 to 1080p and see if that works. Do a test broadcast. Which should increase the quality. There's wasps mooching around my gear. Must be a nest in this bush to my left or somewhere relatively close. Okay, I'm not leaving it for longer than that. I don't want to come off it too quick. One fish on the bomb will be worth the £8 that I've got from those 4F1s. It's gone in with a thump. It's in the right spot there. Right, so just after 25 past. It's got another fish to my left. So it's interesting, he could have, I think Malcolm's had 5 fish to my left. That could be £10. It could be £50, which is quite a big range variance. When I was fishing the syndicate the other week, went out for a practice, I was getting loads of F1s on the pellet waggler. Then when I fished the match that weekend, I just caught carp on the pellet waggler. So it's quite difficult to assess now what the other anglers have got. Now, Malcolm can watch my stream and know what I've got. Maybe you are watching my stream, Malcolm, but I suspect not. There's another liner. But I've answered my question of, is there loads of fish on the bottom hoovering up all those pellets? The answer is no. Oh, oh, come off. Oh, how ironic. It's broken me off. What's happened there? What has happened there? Sheared off hook length. It's a crime. What's that about? I'm saying that I don't think there's any fish there. Suddenly, obviously I offended the fish. He decided to grab the pellet and shear me off on a stone down the bottom. Which doesn't really happen here. Apart from the fact it just did, but I have to smash my nail at the same time today, good. Alright, it's down the bottom then. It's getting a bit hard, that. Right, so hour and a half in, I've got 4 fish. 4 F1s, about £2 a piece. I've been on the pellet wagon, I've just gone down on the bomb. This is, I think, my third or fourth chuck. And I was just saying that I was concluding there was no fish on the bottom, or no big shoal of fish on the bottom hoovering up all the pellets. At which point I've had a bite, picked it up, and it's broken me on the strike. As I've just picked it up. Which is really unusual for this venue. There's no snags to speak of. You can get cut off on the edge of the island to my left, at either end of that island. That's a thing where it shallows up and the fish will go the other side, and it will just, unless you hold your rod up really high really quickly, you can get sheared off. So that happens over there, but not here. Don't know what's happened there. Right, what have we gone? Just after half past. So I'll give it until 25 to. I want to recast every 3 to 5 minutes. I don't think I want to leave it longer. That's sort of my summer guidance time. I knew that was going to happen. Thought if I go for a drink of water, I'm going to cook fish. I really don't have a lot of room here to play fish. Carp though. Yeah, I can't straighten out my rod. As you would want to, you know. I say it's a carp, I'm not sure it is now. I've got wasps all over my uh-oh. Wasps over my landing net. It's not, it's their F1. Oh. Right. Just lost another F1 at the net. Just lost another F1 at the net. Yeah, it's just pulled out of it, you know, as they do. It's awkward. It's awkward. This peg. There's reeds to the left and the right.
Yeah.
You can't put your rod down really. To
Yeah, so I took a bit of time first thing, and I pulled out a load of the rushes down, towards you to put the tip out.
oh, what?
Pointing straight out.
I can get the tip out, but I can't put the rod down to play a fish. I need to.
Yeah, right.
I think, you know, if I get a decent lump on, I'm gonna have to stand off the box to the right. Otherwise, I'm playing the fish up in the air, you know.
The thing about carp, I like green. Carp are very disobedient.
And for some reason, I've got a local wasp's nest that's decided to take an interest in my landing net.
Yeah, I'll have a few wasps around here.
It's clearly a nest somewhere close. Anyway, grumble, grumble, spoke to fish. But I'm not doing any good with 4 F1s, you know. So what we've been doing now, we've been doing this for 20 odd minutes. Missed a bite, pulled out of a fish, he's got another fish to my left. So we're now talking 12 to 60 pound. Right, we'll leave this one till 22. In terms of action though, it's similar sort of rate to fishing the pellet waggler. Little liner there. Another liner. Now I should grab my water again. Didn't work second time round. It's no good. So we'll keep this up to the end of the hour. And then if I've not caught at least one fish, we'll go back on the pellet waggler. And if I have had one fish, but that one fish is an F1, I'm also going to go back on the pellet waggler. Not sure if that's something grabbing hold of it there or whether that's a bite or a liner. I think it's a liner. be a skimmer, actually. It's not what I need today. There's a few small indications on this tip. I do feel compelled to stay on it though until the top of the hour to give it a chance, you know. Just one proper carp is going to double my weight. "30 seconds and I'll recast it again." He's fishing the waggler to my right. I think he said he has 4 carp and 2 F1s. Right, 5 minutes, and then so we'll get 3 more casts in. Hopefully in that time I'm going to catch myself a carp. Just another fish to my left. That's either on the bomb or a little feeder he's chucked out. So I heard saw the plop. And I wasn't sure if it was a feeder or if it was a little bomb. It sounded more like a feeder than a bomb noise. I wonder if he's fishing a pellet feeder and pinging pellets over the top of it. So as we come up to the end of the second hour, things are not really going to plan. I've got £8, which is 4 F1s. I fished for an hour and a quarter on the pellet waggler, catching a fish, sort of once every 20 minutes. And then I've gone down on the bomb. I've had one bite that I missed, and I've had another bite where I've sheared off on the strike, and I lost a fish at the net. So I think I've had 3 bites. So actually, the bomb's more productive in terms of bites, but less productive in terms of fish. So I want to give it a good opportunity, because one, proper carp will double my weight. It's got another fish to my left, and I've not seen him cast it out, so that's confusing me. So I'll be checking on the weigh sheet at the end of the day, but I'm on peg 15 and Malcolm's next to me on peg 13, because it's fish 2, miss 1. So I've got a spare peg to my left and someone to my right. But yeah, Malcolm seems to be catching regularly. I just can't work out whether they're F1s or whether they're carp, I've no idea. So the range of the weight of each fish is, 2 to 10 pounds. So he could have 60 pound in his net, and he could have 14. So we'll give that another 30 seconds, and then we'll recast it again. Right, that's a bomb. That's definitely a bomb. He's fishing on the left. There's no debate about that. Okay, so he's put the bomb in, he's pinged over the top. There's another set of bait. See, my normal bomb routine is feed twice, fish over the top, and either feed again at 2.5 minutes, and then out at 5, or just leave it for 5. He's got a lot of bubbles in his peg, like there's a bunch of bream in there. Oh, seagull's attacking a heron. Bite's coming this way. Look at that. You've got a heron. Look at that. Those gulls really don't like that heron, which is 20 times their size. So it's a very strange day today, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I can see there's a few of you there. Welcome to the fishing stream. I didn't sneak out of work, took a day's holiday. I fished a midweek match down at Gold Valley. I'm booked in here again at the Syndicate Lake on Sunday. But today we're on Gold Lake on the canal bank, and it's probably my favourite lake at the venue, to be honest. Although right now it's not. Sitting in for an all carp approach today, and right now my brain's going, you know, quite like to ship a pole out in a minute, but it wouldn't do me any good. If the carp aren't here, then I need to persevere, because the match will be won with 100 and something pound of carp, and I'm here to win, not to catch some fish today. So I have no idea what the wasps are trying to eat off my landing net, but they're clearly eating something. I'm just gonna undo my. Oh no! I think I was gonna get a bite then. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a bite. Oh no! Yes, no. What are you doing? Not going to bite. I've got wasps want to go in the keep net. Clearly something fishy they're after. And then they have a little stop at my landing net. And I would rather they weren't there, to be honest. Just thinking about changing my landing net to a different one. But they are definitely. Right, maybe you want that rag, so I'll swing that over there. Right, so where are we? Coming up. Nearly 2 hours gone, £8 in the net. Not really where we wanted to be today. So we're going to stay on this bomb for another 5 minutes. And I'm going to get back out on the pellet waggler. That's the right thing to do. He's still fishing the pellet waggler to my right. He's not catching. But I feel that there's more opportunity to catch. And catch better fish on the waggler. By now, if I was still on the waggler, I might have had another 2 F1s, but I came down the bomb to see if I could get some carp. Unfortunately, that's not played out for me. But I think the opportunities would be better if I stayed on the waggler. Pinging pellets at a more frequent rate. I think that's what feels like the right thing to do. Really wish you would go away, wasps, but I think you're here for the day. So, a few more minutes. Tip's starting to move. My eyes are glued on it like laser focus. Just waiting for that tip to bend round. Maybe let's try the old, oh, I need a drink technique. No, no bites. It's not worked. Oh, it has worked. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I really don't like the way I've got to play fish like that. I think I'm going to stand up here like this. What is it, a skimmer? So all the little movements on the tip are. Right, now, I've been funny wasp, but you having a laugh. Let's get this fish. Get you unhooked. Put you in there. And I'm going to change this landing net for a different one. Hold on a minute, everybody. Maybe there's something specifically on there that they are finding nice today. Right. Excuse me 1 second. Well, I make a quick alteration. I'll be back out on the waggler. Right. Let's go for it. Just gone 2 o'clock. Back on the pellet waggler. There's a few fish on the deck. Nothing of interest or consequence. Had an F1, pulled out of it. Caught myself a skimmer. Staying on the pellet waggler on my left. The bomb on my left. I can hear it. So he's got the bomb out and he's just pinging over the top of it. Attack by all the wildlife today. £9. How's it going? Not great. 4 F1s and a skimmer. So not doing very well. So I'm going back on the pellet waggler. I fished on the pellet waggler for the first hour and a quarter. Caught 4 F1s, went on the bomb. I pulled out of an F1 at the net, got broken off on a strike, and caught an F1, caught a bream skimmer, about £1. So I got about £9. Not a sign of a carp, but I think it's time to just persevere with the waggler. Right, that was a waggler fish. Another carp. It's all over the place, that cast. Oh, I'm not talking anymore. Let's get that up. You probably still have me. I think I need to work hard at this. He's got more than me to my right and he's got him on the waggler. Caught another fish on the bomb to my left. Couldn't really get a proper bite on the bomb. Interesting.
fighting for a carp.
Yeah. I wish. It's very slow today. I could be in for some right embarrassment when that waste sheet comes in. Very strange this is. I've never, say never, it's not often I struggle to catch on a bomber waggler in Gold Lake in the summer, but it really is not happening for me today. looking at the next door. I don't think I'm not sure they're 8mm pellets. It's firing in. Stay busy. I was saying earlier, the idea of the fishing stream is to bring you all the action live from the bank as it happens, not all the not action. I watched that then, that was like a little tiny bite. Like an F1 bite on a pellet waggler. Another fish to my right. So I appreciate you all viewing. Hope you're having a good day, by the way, whatever it is you're doing. And if you're not out fishing sometime soon, I hope you get out soonish. Just saying earlier on the stream, I've got a busy week of fishing planned. I was out on the Thames last night, here today. Going to be back down on the Thames tomorrow. Probably for some more stick float fishing. What's that, Thursday, and then probably down Friday again. Saturday morning I'm going to go and try and catch myself a barbel or some big chub on the Thames, and then Sunday I'm back down here again for the Open on Syndicate Lake. Excuse the language if you can hear that. Some fresh words to my left. So yeah, busy week's fishing planned. I enjoyed the little session last night on the Thames, couple of hours. Unfortunately the stream didn't hold out when I moved nearer to the town, so there's a video up which is 2 hours long, but it's only worth watching the first hour and a half, or first hour and 20 minutes. So I changed pegs, but I did. I was also recording to the camera, so I've got the footage. And I actually caught better fish in the second peg, right under the bridge in the town. So I'll save that footage and then add it with some more to give a little, you know, this is my little adventure down the river for the week. And instead of making individual little summaries of it, I'll just do one, I think. A week's fishing down the river, you know. I enjoyed it. It's good fun fishing a stick float. I'm not fishing it effectively by any means. I've got a reel that's too heavy. Well, the reel's alright actually, but I was using this rod, which I use for pellet waggler fishing. So I might be leaving this venue today with something different. I don't know. But it needs to be a bit better. You know, fishing 11-foot rod for a stick float is not the ideal. It's just wrong, you know. Because I'm enjoying it, I think it's okay to buy myself another rod that's more tailored to the job. Right, we've been at 20 minutes now, and I think I've had a bite. Still being good with the feed. It's all right. Pop on the float's not too bad. Considering I've got £8 line in. I'd rather that than fish something lighter so I can change the float. So yeah, if you fancy seeing me try man to catch a barbel and a chub on Saturday morning, then don't forget to hit the subscribe button and hit that little bell so you get notifications of when I go live. It might be early. The peg I want to fish, which is by the weir, you're not meant to be on it until lockkeeper hours, 9 o'clock. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a wander down. I might just go and sit in the peg for a couple of hours before I chuck a rod out. Or I might fish another peg first, I'm not sure. We'll have a little look. I've got a few options. But yeah, I think the next thing for me in the River Thames is to catch a good chub or barbel out of it. And I've gone and bought a few bits of gear to help me with that process. Had a quick watch of a Dean Macy video from Guru about fishing for barbel on the Y. Quickly just get some things straight in my head about potential locations for barbel versus locations for chub. Got my head around the fact I need 2 different hook lengths. One for barbel and one for chub. Hairy bait for barbel. And a much shorter hair, if not no hair, for the chub, just because of the way the fish feed differently. So that's all sorted out. I just have to go and make some adjustments to my gear. And then I'll still have everything ready for Sunday for fishing the match here. I don't really think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing on this pellet waggler, and I am not seeing fish as a result. What's that?
Taking the piss out of them.
Malcolm's catching to the left. Malcolm's catching to the left. And I can't work out whether it's a bomb going out there, a feeder going out there. I think it's a bomb.
Yeah.
And then I think he's pinging out sweet corn. I just... Doesn't look like pellet. Okay, that's a foul look. Thanks very much, fish. Well. Oh. Right. Well, what's happened there then? What has happened there? Have I just lost the whole lot? Just lost the whole lot.
To a fish.
Huh?
To a fish.
Yeah, it's broken off on the float stop. Yeah, I'm wondering if that guru type bead, well, I don't know, whether I created a weakness there. What's happened with that, everybody? It's gone out, I've had a bite. It's torn off. And then it's broken off. You can see my float just sitting out there now. It's broken right at the top bead. That's throwing up my day, chat, isn't it? It's not the bead that's a problem, that's not an issue. Is it broken on that snap link? Yeah, I just need to get this link out of my hand. Got too much stuff going on. It's a good point though. Thank you for that. Right. I wonder if that's because I had a snap link swivel on it. And it's caught on the... I wonder if that's caught. Right, let's switch it. Never had that, it's just taken the lot. Right. Do-do-do-do-do. not what I wanted, is it? Yeah, the stops aren't that fierce though. The stops aren't that fierce. Well, maybe, but it wasn't on the strike. So if it was on the strike, if it had been crack, then maybe, then I'd be a bit worried about the line stop. But it wasn't. The float's gone. I've hooked it. It's gone zzz, pinged off. So don't. Not sure. Have a think about it later. More. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe I'll never know. Right, so I've got to get myself in gear now. So I was fishing a 7 gram float, and I've not got any more 7s. I've got a 6 or an 8. So I've gone for the 6. So I need to make sure that I can get to where I've been feeding all day. That says yes. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Woke me up though. Another fish. Malcolm's absolutely catching on that to the left of me. He's fishing the bomb. And I would say he's feeding more negatively. Well, clearly more negatively than I'm feeding on the waggler. Like he's feeding negative for what I'll be feeding on the bomb. Yeah. Maybe they are too tight. There's a fish top out in front of me. Literally in front of me. Like short kick. See now he's fished the bomb. He's gone way past where he was feeding. It's a great angler, Malcolm. He knows what he's doing. I can't work it out. I've now got my float is now the float that I've cracked off on is in my peg. It looks like I'm fishing 2 floats. That's not far enough. So I've been broken on the bomb, which never happens. Not in a peg like this. And I've been broken on the pellet waggler while I've still got a fish on. Not what I was looking for. So Sunday I've got to have a little think about how I'm going to fish this lake, the Syndicate Lake. Clearly people are using that method of fishing the pole long, shallow 6mm pellet, pinging in pellets, flicking it over. You know, they're definitely fishing that style in the lake. People are catching on it. There's clearly a move away, or there's been a move away from the traditional just pellet waggler and bomb method to the rope. So there's fish being caught on that line. More, I would say, where you're closer to the middle. That's definitely a thing. And I watched Paul Holland's, not all of it, but I watched Paul talking about fishing peg 118, and he caught short on 118. And you know, you would never have fished that peg like that before in the past. He caught long, where I expected him to catch a couple of weeks ago, but he also caught short to his left, like really short. As I say, that would never have been a place to fish in 118. I think maybe it's so overgrown now, the fish have decided that that's a safe haven. Anyway, lost track of time. Another 20 minutes, I'm going to go down on the bomb again. I'm going to change the way I'm feeding it. To just keep pinging some pellets every couple of minutes. Which is what Malcolm's doing. Probably doesn't want me telling the entire world, but I'm sure he won't mind. That doesn't really make sense, that, does it? Sure, he doesn't want me telling everyone, but he won't mind. There's fishing a bomb, and he's pinging over the top of it every couple of minutes. Seemingly until he gets a bite. Or it must be until he hits a certain mark. I've not worked out what the time is. But he's not doing quick recasts. Got a fish just top in front of me. There's clearly fish there. But they did not want to play with me today. Do not want to get you, duck. Do not want to get you, duck. Go away. Do not dive for that pellet, please. No. So I've got a duck army coming to the left. I think I'll just chuck it without feeding for a minute. Fish topping in front of me. So not where I'm feeding. Maybe it's a bit hard to judge how far towards me that is. But I keep seeing a fish top there. Daren't feed right now. Those fish need to just go. The fish, the ducks. Malcolm's got another fish to my left. It's absolutely destroying me today. You slow down, Malcolm. You slow down. This is going to look very embarrassing on the weigh sheet today. Huh? Well, you've got 10 fish. So you've got somewhere between 20 and 100 pound. Well, I guess so. I can't see anything, I can only hear, right? So but I think you've got at least 10 fish. Great angler, Malcolm. Great at this venue, great at other venues, really nice fella. Hey? Can't hear a word he's saying now. I can't hear a word. All I'm sure you're telling me is you've got loads of fish. Did you say 12 carp? 12 carp, 5 bream and 2 F1s is what he said. I'm getting ruined then. Huh? What, Malcolm? He is catching. Yeah. I'm just getting broken up today. And now I'm getting busted up. Right, proper fish. Huh? No. Well, I wouldn't call it a proper carp really, but not an F1. What's that? 4 F1s. 4 F1s and a carp. Just been telling everyone how good an angler you are, Malcolm. Yeah, well, can you not have it the day that I'm fishing next to you? Right. Give myself £6 for that. I've been overweighing, or overestimating carp when I catch them, so I'll rein it back a little bit. Call that fish 6. That's the first one. That was a nice little friendly reminder from my Nightbot. If you are enjoying it, please do hit the subscribe button. It really helps me out in terms of visibility, and it costs you nothing. That'd be appreciated. Oh, the stream's doing all right actually. I'm very pleased. I haven't made the channel to be to do videos. There's a lot of people that go and fish a match, set up a couple of cameras, and then do a video afterwards. But I was trying to do something different with the live stream, and after what have we been going now, 5 months, something like that. Starting to get some consistency in the broadcast. I think and the count was at 237 yesterday, something like that, subscribers, which is great. So thank you for everyone for that. I really appreciate it. It's done quite well. No ducks, no. And I'm saying no like that because that's my last waggler hook length. What's the time? Right, let's struggle with these ducks for 10 more minutes. So a couple of casts for a minute without any bait. See if they move off. And then I think I'm going to go on the bomb. There's a carp right in front of my float then. It could have, it must have been a foot away, if that. Where is that fish? It's like there. Look at it. It's just going along like Moby Dick or something. Just keeps rising. That duck has actually dived. No, not a lot of effort, but right. Let's get off the waggler. Can't fish it effectively for a second while those ducks are there. So let's get back on the bomb. timing. So we're going to feed, change my feed pattern. Going to feed every 2.5 minutes up to a maximum of 10. Still feeding over those reeds. I'm not sure how I'm going to fish it still. I'm going to try and drop the pellet feeder over there somehow, but I'm not sure where I'm going to put the rod. So, right, feed it again at 5-2. Indication liner on the tip. I think that's a skimmer. Just give it a little tap. Now, what did he say he's had? He said he had 12 carp, bunch of F1s and 5 bream, I think. And I observed that I thought his pellets weren't as grouped. And I'm wondering if he's fishing 6 mils, not 8 mils. 6 mils might lead me to think he'll catch more bream than if it was 8 mils. It might also explain why his bait's more spread on that bomb line than if it was 8 mils. So I wonder if Malcolm is fishing 6 mils. He's certainly doing something that I'm not, so fair play to him for that. And whatever it is, it's working for him. So if you're just joining me, we're coming up. If you're just watching now, you're watching it on playback. We're just coming to the 3 hour mark. I've got about 15 pound of fish, 1 carp, 4 F1s and a skimmer. The guy 2 to my left, he's got 12 carp. He's caught consistently through the day. Every 10 minutes or so we'll get a fish. He's fishing on a bomb, same distance as me. He's casting out. He's feeding over the top of the bomb. every couple of minutes, which isn't how I fish the bomb. I normally double feed and then cast on the top and then leave it. I may feed in 2 minutes if it's getting really, if I'm catching really well. If that's the case, normally end up getting a bite every 2 or 3 minutes anyway. So it's just picking over the top every couple of minutes, and I think he's recasting about every 10 minutes, and it's working. He's a 12 carp and a bunch of F1s and some skimmers. So I'm sitting on £15 and he could well be on, significantly more. I think that was a liner. I've struck that. So it's working well for him. I think it's like a more of a negative approach, and maybe that's the secret currently, because we're all on one bank, and I've gone out on the waggler and the guy to my right's gone out on the waggler, and the fish that were there have gone somewhere. And maybe the secret is to feed a little bit more negatively. When I was fishing this venue a lot, which would have been around eight, 9 years ago. Sorry for the pause, I'm just thinking, I'm like, how old's my sons? So 8, 9 years ago, when I was fishing this venue pretty much every weekend, it was all pellet waggler and bomb, and a chucker method to the rope if you had to. Pellet waggler bomb, pellet waggler bomb. Occasionally, early weights in the year would come from PVA bag on the bomb. Then there was a little spell of putting PVA bags on a method feeder with a bit of elastic and it breaking the bag down. He's fishing the pellet waggler to my right. He's been fishing it all day. He's catching. He's not catching as much as the guy to my left. He's catching more than me. I don't know if the fish are hanging off the island that he's got to his right. But I thought I was, in plump position today. But I have not caught on the waggler. And I'm not catching on the bomb. So I've got to try and have a think about tactics for this bank of gold, although because the Sunday matches here and now we're on Syndicate Lake, this is probably the only time I'm going to fish this bank of gold maybe this season, because I've taken a day off work to do it. But it's interesting. It is interesting. He's got another fish. It's carp. I can hear it splashing around in his peg. That's 13 carp. So yeah, I'll be interested in what happens at the end of the match. Malcolm is on peg 13. And I think he's doing the business today. Right, in goes his bomb. He didn't feed beforehand. I don't blame him. There's, 10 ducks in his peg. So his bomb's gone in. Same sort of distance as mine. I'm getting a few little lines on my rod right now. So his bomb's gone in. I'm going to time him just after 2 o'clock. And I'm going to wait until I see bait going. Another liner in my line on my rod. Bait's gone in. It's pellets. I hear the plop, 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 plop. There's no PVA bag. It's just a straight lady's fishing, I'm sure. Go away. Wolf survived my attack. So we're going to come back with a bunch of mates now and swarm at me. I've been running down the bank. What, the wasps? They've been here. I changed my landing net head, and I'm just looking at it, and it's got an absolute ton of stuff. I think it's because where I went and fished the Club Lake at Orchid, and I've been catching these, huge bream. There's a bit to the left. I think my nets need a wash, because I think they stink. There are flies all over it, and there's a couple of wasps over my net. So I've had a couple of liners. What are we doing? I've just gone over the 3-hour mark. I caught one carp on the waggler, some F1s. He's fished it much more negatively to my left. He's got 13 carp, I think. A few little liners there again. Could be a little skimmer having a go. So, very interesting. Very interesting. Just little indications. It's not. I can't hit a bite like that. They're a bit stuck now. The ducks are settling in his peg. If I wanted to go back on the waggler, I couldn't. They're young ducks. They're diving on the bait. If I feed, they're going to come straight over me. Another fish to my right. Liner on my rod. Go away, wasp. And that wasp was going to get up to me in a minute. I'm going to move my net. So what I'm going to do someone's goose scaring technique. So I'm going to try something in a minute. I'm going to give this another couple of minutes and I'm going to bring this in and I'm going to take the clip off my pellet feeder. I'm going to chuck the pellet feeder on the bomb line. See if I can make something happen with some 2 mils. Because this is not quite working and there's indications of some fish. But I need to try something different, I think. Oh, I don't want to fish with the clip on. I'll just get rid of that. And that's the clip off. A few people that used to do this quite a lot at this venue. Fish a little pellet feeder and then still ping 8 mils over the top of it. It's a bit of a foul here on a cast, but it'll do. I don't know if you heard that, but it was not really what I call a gentle little plop. So put that in, just add a liner. It's got to be a liner. got behind her. So right, what are we just after? We'll pull this in at 1:15. Is that another little? I see fish swimming around on the top. I can't go back on the pellet waggler. Alright, I'm going to give it 1 more minute and I'm going to recast it because I wanted it a bit further ideally. It's this side of my feed, or this edge of my feed. Alright, let's try that again. Right, it's not emptied yet. Too heavy, that feeder for this. Right. So I'm going to give this 15 minutes. He can't feed to my left. The ducks have settled in his peg. I don't know if you can see him, you can probably see him on stream. The ball just sat in his peg right over where he's fishing. So he's unable to do what he was doing. He can't ping anymore. So I'll stick with this little pellet feeder. I'll give it 15 minutes. I'll feed after 5. And then after 5 again if I don't catch a fish. Shh, Goose, what are you doing? Goose, off. Thank you. I'll fish after 5, feed after 5, after 5 again. The ducks won't be able to get from his peg to my peg. But the wind's dropping down, I want to fish the waggler. He's able to fish the waggler to my right because it's too far for the ducks to bother. So you've got this really interesting dynamic going on. The guy that was catching is unable to feed the way that he was feeding to my left because the ducks have settled on his peg. The guy to my right is able to feed the waggler. I'm sort of somewhere in the middle. Every time he feeds on my right, the ducks sort of have a look and then go, it's too far, mate, not interested. If I start to feed, I think they'll come over. And now I've said that, they're starting to make their way to the guy on my right. Trouble is, he's right next door to me. So if they, I don't know.
Wasps around in there.
Yeah, there is. They were showing an interest in my landing net, so I've changed the top, and they're still interested in my landing net. So that's not 5 minutes, but I'm going to put some pellets in. Well, the ducks have sort of gone a little bit more that way. And as soon as I've done that, I get an indication. Now that tells me, get off this and get on the waggler. But I will stick it out for the 15 minutes. It's another liner. But it's definitely a liner. I think Malcolm's stuck because the ducks have settled on his peg. Huh? No, they're in Malcolm's. So where he's been pinging over his bomb line, he can't. He stopped feeding, but they're not moving. And when you feed, they have a look, but they go, it's too far. We can't be bothered. Yeah. I want to fish the waggler, but if I fish the waggler, they're going to come out. Oh, they're on the move now. Right. I've funny wasp, but you're not eating me. Clearly we're on top of a wasp's nest, or there's one not far from here. Oh, family geese behind me turned up. Just going to feed a couple of pellets, just 2 or 3. Right, I've had another indication. Ducks are moving over. It's becoming to, duck commentary. Got 2 have just come and sat in my peg on my waggler line. I have to go on the waggler in a minute. It's not working on the bottom. They're not on my bomb line. There is fish moving around. But now the ducks have moved into my peg. Tricky. Maybe I should have fished the pole today. saying I'm going to give this 15 minutes, but I just don't think I can last. Go away, wasp, seriously. It's like being at some kind of park with, bins around. So, a few pellets, watching that tip. If that bends, I'm going to just put it straight in. Right, hasn't gone in. It's going to have 2 more minutes and it's coming out. And I'm going to go back on the waggler. And I'm going to have to be very cautious about the ducks. There's not fish on my bomb line. I am seeing occasional fish move around. So I think going on the waggler is the right thing to do. The guy that was catching to my left, that's come to an end. Because the ducks have sat in his peg and he's unable to feed. So that's interesting. A little liner. I'll leave it another minute. I'm sort of saying all these things, safe in the knowledge that he's got £100 to my left, if not £120, and I got 15. Right, that's it. Time up on this. I think it's worth a little go for a bit. So I need to change this feeder, it's too heavy. Right. Let's see. I might change the feeding pattern to just go to a couple of pellets. It needs to be not enough that those ducks get interested. And then go for a different rhythm on the waggler, which might be 2 casts to 1 feed, something like that, because I don't want the ducks to be interested in coming over too much. There's a fish. See, I knew there was fish there. Right. Game on, Malcolm. You shouldn't get excited. There looks 1 fish. You're not a carp. Not doing that. No. curse of the £2 F1. Which has either come off in the net, or, which is more likely, snapped the hook. No, lucky, just came unhooked in the net. Okay, so we're gonna go with that sort of change of rhythm to not attract the ducks. All right, 2 casts, 1 feed. Aaron's putting some more pellets in. So I'll feed. Sometimes it can get a bit cat and mousey like this. I've forgotten. I haven't fished a pellet waggler for a long time, but I remember this before. Feeding when the other person's fed because they've attracted the ducks. It was the gulls back then. There used to be a lot of black-headed gulls that would come around. And maybe though people aren't fishing the waggler so much. It looks like people aren't fishing the waggler so much. Maybe it's because of the F1s. You know, before it would be, you know, every fish you would have would be a carp, and that carp would be, you know, £8 in this lake. I wonder if it's just more efficient now to fish, as Malcolm is doing, or maybe a method feeder, I don't know. Really don't know. I'm certainly out of touch with the current methods. Duck's moving in my peg. I'm not feeding. Just going to chuck this waggler up. That's not the sound of a bomb to me. That's the sound of a little feeder. Like a 15-gram feeder. So there was rain threatened for 4 o'clock today, and I was hoping that the forecast was wrong, but it's turned overcast and the wind's getting up. So if we have a downpour, I'll have to switch to just a single camera and just shut the lid of my side tray. As it is, I'm doing the weigh in today, so I think I'm going to get nicely soaked anyway, but I'll try leaving it there for a minute and just pinging some pellets over the top of it. Fish it like a waggler. Which is what he's doing to my right. So not the best match today, that's for sure. Still chuck some bait down that edge. Duck's sitting in my peg like it's some kind of doorman. Just waiting for me to put some bait in. There's a bite. Fish snatched at it. No, there's two pegs. No, there's two ducks. I think I'm going to have to go back on the bomb. Just not enough people fishing this sort of method for me to be able to do it, and the ducks not to. Huh? They're on that straight away. No one else seems to be picking out bait, and I do not want to hook the ducks. So let's put that all aside. Get back out on the bomb. That duck is absolutely thought about diving on that then. I can see it's all going more overcast because I can read chat, I can see my laptop, I see what's going on. So good afternoon everybody. You join me at Gold Valley Lakes in Aldershot, fishing on the canal bank of gold. Right, let's double it up. You can feed now, Malcolm. Quick. You can feed now, quick. So anyway, I don't know where I was. I was talking. Canal Bank of Gold, Gold Valley Lakes, Wednesday Open. Try not to hit a duck. Try not to hook a duck. Fishing on the bomb. Blah, blah, blah. Right, let's try that a bit better. We're coming up to 1 hour left. I've only got £15. Gentleman Malcolm to me's had a load of fish. And it's been a very frustrating day. I've got this. I think there's fish milling around the peg, but there's not a lot. Just getting a couple of indications there, which I think is from a small skimmer. I've had a rig break off with the fish on. I've had the pellet waggler rig just snap. I don't know if that was because the tight guru bead is a bit too tight. I've had a fish break me off on the bite on the bomb, which is really unusual for these sort of pegs. So that sort of happened. It's been a really, I don't want to say painful match, but I haven't caught a lot for such a prolific venue. Caught nothing. And interesting, the guy that's caught quite a lot to my left, he's fished what I would have said is really negative in his feed approach. Which may be the way, you know, we're all on one bank, there's no one on the other side. You know. So I don't really know. Maybe I've spooked him. Well, not spooked him, but you know. Maybe they aren't very wise to. It's this time of day and 11 o'clock and the pellet wagglers go in and the pellets go in, and maybe the way that people are doing well currently is to just be really slower or much slower with it. Chuck the bomb out, start pinging over the top. I'm convinced if the ducks were to leave, I could catch some more fish on the pellet waggler, but they're not leaving. There's a group of 2 of them that are sitting in my peg. I'm getting liners, that's definitely liners I'm getting. But I have no intention of hooking a duck. And there's 2 here and there's another 2, 4, 6, 8 to the left of me. So if I do feed, I'll have 8 in my peg, not 2. So I'm just going to try and fish the bomb. I've got a lot of indications on the tip. He's able to fish the waggler to my right. The ducks just don't want to go over that far. Like it's just too far. So he's able to keep fishing the waggler. I'm sort of stuck. Malcolm to my left is really stuck now, because he was feeding every couple of minutes on the bomb. So it's a bit of a funny old day. Still good to be out. It's nice to be fishing. It's nice to be streaming a match. So, you know, thanks for tuning in. But a very strange one. And as I was just mentioning earlier, the idea of the fishing stream was to stream catching fish while fishing, you know. Now I'm just streaming me, not blanking, but, you know, I'm not catching. Liners, you know, like that. There's fish in the top of the water and they're cruising through my peg. I see another one now. And I'm unable to fish the waggler for them because of the ducks that are sitting in my peg. Now they've not been there all day, you know, let's be clear, they weren't there for the first 2.5 hours of the match. But I think for the first 2.5 hours of the match, I maybe have gone at it a little bit too hard. I was to come back and fish it again tomorrow, I think I'd try one of these, more negative approaches. Which seems strange, right, because it's the summer.
Not enjoying myself.
So a funny old day, strange day. It's fishing today. If you just joined, I've got plenty of other fishing planned for the week. Plenty of other streams. I'm gonna hopefully be down the Thames again tomorrow night. Probably on the stick float again, and then same again Friday night. Saturday morning, I'm going to go out early and see if I can catch some chub or barbel, which will be the first time that I've looked to fish the river specifically for those fish. So I think that'll be a straight lead or a feeder approach, which I've not done for 30 years, so bear with me if it goes a bit wrong. And then Sunday I'm back down here at Gold Valley for the open match on Syndicate Lake. And I need to think about my approach for Sunday, because it's absolutely clear that if people draw the middle area or the left hand side of the lake as you sort of approach it, they are fishing 14 metres shallow with a pellet. I need to sort out some rigs that are going to work in that environment. Still getting what I think is small indications on the tip. Whether it's roach grabbing the pellet, I don't know. All seems very strange. I'm not sure that I'm going to make an edit of this match today with only 15 pounder fish. I might just stick with the live stream only. So. Right. Got an opportunity to feed and then put it back out again. Oh, ducks are coming in. Right. So we've got just over an hour left. Still chucking some bait down this left hand side, even though there's no real way for me to fish it. So liner, sort of small indication. Getting them really frequently on the bomb now. So what is that? Is that... I've never had such a bunch of series of confusing indications on my tip when I've been fishing the bomb. It looks like... Guy next to me's having a bit of a nightmare by the sounds of it. Is it roach having a go at it? Just pulling the pellet. They're not long, slow bites. It's a really strange day. Not even a small skimmer would do that, you know. I can move them there. I've got some resident wasps that aren't too far from here, and they keep paying too much interest in my landing net. It's got another fish on the bomb to my left, Malcolm. I've had a liner. And then the second that I think about fishing the waggler again, I've got the ducks all homing in on me. Liners. Just liners. Right, let's take another gamble. On the waggler. Go for the same, no bait, just casting. Hopefully this duck is not going to get hooked. They're only young ducks. You can see the way they just make a beeline for the bait. So I'm just going to do some casts. Hi, John. Yeah, I thought about that, John. I appreciate that. I tried it earlier with an orange wafter, but it sat there. So there's fish in the peg. I think they're F1s. I don't think they're carp. And maybe they don't want an 8mm pellet. I've been saying earlier I wasn't sure if Malcolm was fishing a 6mm pellet, and I wonder if because F1s are playing a bigger role, or they've been caught more often. That rigs are tainted. Whether people have scaled down to 6mm pellets and not 8s. Malcolm can carp. Malcolm's a great angler, and he's not grouped his bait as I know that I would expect him to. It's been a little bit more scatty, which makes me think it's 6mm that he's having to pull, cast them a bit harder. But it feels like I've got F1s in my peg. And now the ducks have moved into my swim. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to just change to a 6mm wafter on my bomb rig and see if that gets me a bite. Because I did not want to hook the ducks. But let's try that. So 6mm orange wafter on the bomb. Decide whether you're going that way or that way, Goose. You can't keep changing your mind. It's a little bit similar to what I was experiencing on Syndicate Lake a couple of weeks ago. I'm just chucking loads of bait down this edge, I don't know why. You know, indications and not bites. But when you do get an F1, you know, it's still wrapping the rod round, but I wonder if there's a bit more playing with it going on. You know, I'm not used to catching F1s in these two lakes where I'm expecting to catch carp. So I'm still fishing with the expectation I'm just trying to exclusively fish for carp, and you know, just there I've had a little indication. Pulls forward a tiny little bit, then just drops back. Go on then, Goose, go that way. And then you're going to go back that way again. See if this makes a difference. Hasn't so far. I think the F1s are... I think they're off the bottom. Yeah, I've caught a few on the pellet waggler, but only a few, like 4 fish. So I think they're sitting off the bottom, and then they're coming up and hitting that pellet waggler every now and then. Yeah, these can't all be liners from fish swimming into my line. You know, it was happening too often. Interesting, it's not happening now on this wafter. Still catching on the waggler to my right, but I can't fish it. Funny old day. Yeah, I did it, but I didn't catch. I did wonder if that was what Malcolm was doing, and he might well have been doing both. Sometimes it went in and I'm like, that's a bomb. There's a few times it went in and I'm like, is that a tiny, like 15 gram pellet feeder? And I do wonder if he's been alternating the two. That's not everyone he's got next door. It's a proper lump. I like it. It's like from the 8 ducks that were to the left, half of them have gone, but they've left 4 there, and this scouting patrol of 2 are still sitting in my peg. Tell you what I am wondering. I might just put on a bigger waggler and just start chucking a bigger waggler towards the rope. Malcolm's got another one to my left. I've got a liner. Look at that. Fantastic liner. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, it could be, Dennis. Could be. Standard 12 inches though. I don't really fish a longer bomb tail. Not saying that it's not. What you're saying is not right. They've all gone to Malcolm's peg for a second. I can get a cast on the waggler. I wonder if that's what I do. Hold on. Let's do that. Let's see if I can just have some fish. We're not doing anything now. Malcolm's got 15 carp to my left and I've got 1. So we don't have to worry about the match position. Right, what have we got here? 12 gram. Let's lob this thing towards the rope. Let's see if there's any carp. Up in the water out there. I'm going to cast all the way out there, and then I'm going to feed and not worry that the ducks are there, and I'm just going to keep twitching it back into my peg. The trouble I've got is if I land it too near the duck's going to have a go. I've got a 3-foot hook length on. I had to phone William up and go, William, what do I do now? can stand up for the next cast. I'm going to absolutely lob it to the rope. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I can. Okay, big chuck, feed, and then draw it right the way in. Maybe that's going to help me against the duck. It's you versus me, duck. Yeah, you can overshot the waggler. You can overshot the waggler. The trouble I've got that I'm successfully avoiding is the duck is the young ducks, and they are all over it, and they're diving. And the last thing I want to do, on stream or not on stream, is go and hook one. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to toss the waggler, way past the peg, feed, and then drag it straight into the, wind it into the peg and see if I can do that. I'm not sure what else to do. But the match was lost a long time before then, I think, what it was. Malcolm to my left is caught successfully on the bomb all day, fishing a much more negative approach. I will have a little chat to him afterwards. This brings me back to fishing some winter matches down here. Years ago, chucking big wagglers to the rope in the Rushmore. When everyone's, every other peg in the lake's, in. So he's catching to my right on the waggler. Ducks will not go past me to him. Hey? Is it alright, is it?
Yeah, he just wants to go behind the island.
Alright. You told him it's not allowed. Say ducks have moved off then and they've just swum straight back into the peg. Cut it out. Cut it out. Right. Who was it? Right, John, we're going to have another look at the fishing the method. It's a pellet feeder, but it'll do. gave it a go, but let's give it another go. It's a bit on the heavy side. What was it? 30 gram. I wish it was a 20. It goes in with a bit of a plosh. Oh, is it? I've just chucked it out. How far in front of me? Right under that. All right, no worries. Yeah, I can now. Just tell us when it's all right. God, I'm all right. It's got a fish and it's kited into my peg. Yeah. I can knock it out if you want. Goes in like a missile. Yeah, no one wants to mess about, do they? There's no fun in having someone else's fish come through your peg. It's right in front of me now. I'm not netting it though, just be clear. You know, normally, or a lot of the time, it's, see there, liner. Oh, I don't quite like the way that tip's looking. I'm going to move it now with that. That tip is not into that rod properly and it will not budge. Yeah, no one wants to get tangled up with another angler. Not when he said, you know, it's in front of you, mate, you know. Only a fool would carry on fishing. So he's catching on the waggler to my right. Ducks are leaving him alone. Malcolm's catching on my left, on the bomb. He caught really well until the ducks pestered him. And I've caught nothing in the middle of them. It's not the best result for the day, but it happens. So we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to work out whether fishing this pellet feeder over the top will get me a bite. So we're going to have a little look at that. Wish it was a 20 gram feeder, not a 30 gram. That's what's set up, so we'll not worry about the initial splash. So we're just going to see what happens with this. And then I'm going to have a little chuck down this left hand side. Somehow I'm going to chuck the feeder down there where I've been chucking some pellets during the day. Little indication there. Another little indication. You know. Could be roach just having a stab at it. I caught a roach earlier on in the match, so I just put the rod tip down. I was about to recast the pellet wag and I've had a 3-ounce roach on the pellet waggler under my feet. Another little pull. You know, it just pulls it gently and then drops straight back again. that was a more, more positive. I'm going to have a go, and then I'm waiting for I'm now going to grab it. But I'm going to grab it is just as equally a weak bite. Which makes me think it could be, small skimmers. Very strange. I don't know what I was looking at. What was I looking at? If ever I've been close to losing my rod in this venue, that was it. It's an F1 as well. That's nice, a little carp. I've got one under my feet, so it's all right. No, don't think so. No, shouldn't have done. It's a fat F1. It's not a carp, it's a fat F1. I don't know if anyone saw that. I'll have to watch that back. I might make that a YouTube short. I desperately grabbed my rod. So, the answer to the question, John, you were correct. Stuck the little feeder on, chucked it over the top, and it's got me a bite. Everyone saw that? John with the top tip. Actually worked. Now you never need to wonder yourself if it's gonna. So get it back out there. It's too heavy, it goes in like I've got some massive PVA bag on the end of it. I don't know what I was looking at. I nearly never let go of my rods. I know better than that. But for some reason I did, and I don't know what I was. I've had a liner then as well. I don't know what happened there. I've got to watch that back, it's hilarious. Alright, sit that down. That was quality. Absolute quality. It's on its way that... Oh, John. John, don't tell anyone, John. Got another fish on. What have I got? 45 minutes. Well, it's not. Is that fish hooked in the mouth or is it coming in backwards? I can't put my rod down to the left or the right because it's too overgrown. So I've got to play them a bit in front of me, which is not ideal. No, it's in there. Oh, you're a lump. Should have brought the different net. Look to the mouth. I've seen your message, I'll be on there in a second. Trying to get it back out first. Look at the duck. Duck's like, can I have that? Even stuck its head under. I used to fish like this on Middle Lake, I remember, years ago. Right, now I've got a party of ducks going on. Right. Liner. It's not right, you know, I don't, in terms of the feed is horrible. It's a bit of a splosh. Same again, they're knocking that feeder around. It looks like they're knocking the feeder around. I know you can't see it on the video, but it's as if they're on top of that feeder, just pushing it around. And in a minute that little wafters are going to pop out and they're going to grab it and it's going to rip the rod off. Now, interestingly, John, you've created my first actual dilemma with live streaming my match. And that is, you suggested that I did it and I caught. Now, some could say that that was coaching, you know. And I don't know where this sort of line will be drawn in terms of streaming whilst you're fishing a match. Because I think I'm the only person that's doing it. I don't know of anyone else that's live streaming an actual match live that's not, you know, someone from Preston, you know, with a camera crew behind them. And if they do have that sort of going on, or Des ship fishing a live match, you know, and the whole thing being recorded, you know, I don't think they're suggesting what Des should do. This is the first time you know, I think this is the first time this scenario has happened in UK match fishing, where you've suggested something, and just the same as you're sitting there watching it, oh, what a day, what a day. Give me a break, fish. I was trying to ping some pellet out. Oh, it's come off. Which is very calm. You know, I lose fish nowadays when I'm on stream. It's very calm. It's like, oh, it's come off. It never used to be that calm. So anyway, I'll cast this out and I'll get back to my point in a minute. It's a bit further than I would want it to be, because it's a massive lumpy great feeder. Right, ducks are all over it, they're like that. Ducks are like he's going to feed again. I've got 2 ducks, they got pellet each, 3 ducks pellet each, so that means I've got 7 pellets I've got down. So, back to what I was saying. I used to fish a lot with No, I'm not overly worried about it. It's not very refined. You know, I'd rather it was a plop. However, what I was saying, you suggested something and I've done it. Does that mean you're giving me a coaching session whilst I'm fishing a match? And whilst you might be, let's assume for a second you're not. You're not the world's best angler at this type of fishing. They've had that straight away though. But I'm friends with William Raisin. So what if William was on the end of here going, or maybe you are. Maybe you're William Raisin, but you've got the name of John, right? And you're saying, check that method feeder out, right? And I'm being all casual about it. Yeah, all right. So, at what point is that okay, or at what point is it not okay? And at what point is it different to someone down there being on the phone to someone up there? You know? And is it all okay, or is it not okay? Yeah. No. You know? Another lump. Right, can I have my hook nets now, fish? You've snapped it off. I've got to get out your gob. Yeah, the difference is, in this situation, Mark, and I agree with all of those, you know, completely. Right, of course that's what's going on. But when you're fishing fisho, and you've got a bank runner, you've got one person. I could have 1,000 people. I haven't. I've got 8 people watching. But what if I had 1,000 people watching? I don't have a problem with it, by the way. I just like to think about the implications. But yeah, no, ever since mobile phones existed, anglers have been calling each other, you know. I have a little bit of a challenge sometimes. I have a little bit of a challenge when an angler can't see what's going on and they're calling somebody who can, you know, that would be able to say, imagine someone sitting opposite me, you know, yeah, Graham's just had 3 fish, he's chucking a feeder on his bomb line, you know, telling somebody right down there that can't actually see what I'm doing. Right, so you get that sort of thing. I haven't got a problem with all of it, by the way. I think it's all, you know, do what you want to do. But I do wonder about it sometimes. Right, those last 2 fish were, let's say, 8-ish pound each, 8.16 plus the first one in there. Okay, let's say there's 16, 22 pound of fish in that net. I'm only doing it because I'm going to definitely catch another 2 or 3 based upon what's just happened. And I've got some F1s in the next net, skimming a roach in the last net. So I've got to chuck another net in after I catch another couple of fish. So yeah, just from this, I knew this scenario would come up when someone on stream suggested I do something. I did it and then I caught. You know? Imagine if I was fishing the Thames Festival in August and I had Bradley Gibbons watching. Could literally tell me how to fish the match. You know, take somebody who doesn't know how to fish a river in a match. You know, yes, I can watch some videos from John Arthur and get an idea of how to fish the Thames Festival. But what you get in all those videos, or what I believe you get in all of those videos, where people video their match and then, you know, create a video for you to watch, I often wonder, what didn't you show me? You know, you showed me this, but is there something you chose to not show me? Now, I don't really think that's the case with John Arthur's videos. If you go and watch his Thames Festival videos, he shows you the rigs he's got. They're having that, aren't they? They're really having that. And that's really up in the water and I can't do much about it. He'll show you him balling in. He won't show you what's in the ground bait. I don't remember him showing what's in the ground bait, but he'll tell you. You can see his side tray, you can see his baits, you can see him use his bait dropper. However, if you had somebody that really knew what they were doing on the end of the, what's the name here? You could really, what's the name? And if they prepped you before, you know, and even had you like a picture of a rig or whatever that I've got on my notebook, which you could have on your phone, right? It's time now, you know, go for plan B. It'll be like something off the Starship Enterprise, right? You know, deploy tactic, you know, evasive manoeuvres, pattern delta. You could really coach someone during a match. And doing it on a phone is one thing. But you could even coach me on how I'm bringing this fish in. Do you know what I mean? And maybe it would never happen, but I like to debate the theoretical in my mind. And I always thought about when I was going to stream my fishing live, you know, what would happen and, you know, how that would play out. It's all 8-pound fish. No, I'll even debate it with the anglers I'm fishing with. It's just, you know. I'm here to fish and have fun, you know, this isn't my livelihood. But I did always wonder. Right, can you not snap my hook length, please, fish? I know my net's not deep enough. I know you're not liking it. But it's my last hook length. I've only got to last another half an hour. Sponsored by Ringers, 6mm pellets. You know? What are they? Ringers, 6mm, chocolate orange wafters. Can I have some free Ringers pellets, please? Oh, and by the way, if that's my old Ringers pellets from an old bag, and they're the new ones, where's the oil gone? What's going on with the oil content in the Ringers 8mm pellets? It's like they don't have any in them. So anyway, that was a little debate I've got in my brain. What happens if someone starts giving you suggestions of what you're doing while you're fishing? What's the difference between that and phoning a friend? And Malcolm is definitely chucking a feeder next to me. I think he's alternating. I think. There's a guy to my right called Grant Hellier. That's his name. Nice fella, get on with him really well. Grant used to do this all the time at this venue. Fish a little, and actually that's where the smaller pellet feeders, I used to have loads of them, little 20-gram ones. I remember giving them to Grant. And the view was that Grant always wanted the 20-gram ones so they wouldn't bury themselves so much in the silt. But Grant used to do this a lot at this venue. Fish a pellet feeder on the bomb line and then ping pellets over the top of it. That could be exactly what Malcolm's done today. Yeah, this is horrible. This is a 30-gram. I think I put this on because I was fishing far bank of Syndicate. Instead of line, well, I just had a little bit of a liner there. I think they're pushing that feeder to get that pellet to push that wafter out. But yeah, so I put a 30-gram on so I could get closer to the rope. However, I think I'm definitely going to sort out I've got some little Matrix 15-gram ones that I bought for something else, for a different venue where the lake's really small. But I think I'll get myself some 20 grams for this normal bomb line, because the 15 grams I think are a little bit small. Anyway, that's another fish. Let's say we got 32 pound of carp, 10 pound of F1s, and a bream and a roach. So yeah, it's all good. Right, a little bit of a summary. Where were we? 20 minutes to go to the end of the match. If I take my hands away, I'm probably going to get a bite. I've had a very interesting match. I've cracked off on a fish with a pellet waggler. I've been snapped up on the straight bomb lead, but that never normally happens here. I've been plagued with liners but no bites. And then John has made a good suggestion to try something that I'd tried before and I'd sacked it off. It didn't work. So I had another go, and then I've caught 3 carp on the bounce, and lost one. So it's interesting. I've had a bit of a trouble with the ducks. I'd like to fish the waggler. I think, while I had £10, Malcolm to the left of me may have had £100. I don't know. Depends how big his carp are, but. So I don't think I've done any good in the match. I am having a good finish. And there's been a couple of occasions where I've nearly lost my rod, which doesn't normally happen. But I think I got into the conversation and I was reading chat. And, my right hand right now, if you were to see it, my right hand is, hovering on my reel. There's no way that I'm going to lose that rod. However, yeah, cheers, John. And unless you're talking about someone else. So I think I was engaged in the conversation, and then, fish has decided to nearly pull my rod in. I'll go through the footage and see if I can pull it out. Maybe I'll make a tiny little edit of the highs and lows of my match today, and it will have me snapping off with the float rig, nearly losing my rod, and a few other bits. I never made the channel to do loads of video editing. I made the channel to have this kind of engaging conversation whilst fishing, to, for people to learn a lot more about fishing when other people talk about it and someone's doing it. That's the premise of the channel. Ducks are sitting in my peg. I swear that rod's going to go in a second. Equally, it could be that the fish have turned up on my bomb line finally in the last hour. But it's been certainly an interesting, fun end to the match. Yeah, indicates it's just stuck on. It's a shame because the way that I've got the setup, the GoPros are actually tricked into thinking they're webcams, so I can't use any of the more zoomy functions on the GoPros. I could do if I didn't want to do a 3-camera setup, but I like the idea of having 3 cameras. And this is the setup that I need to do to actually stream an entire match. A lot of people record their matches and then edit them. That's fantastic. I watch loads of it myself. But the big problem they've got is that they can't record 5 hours of footage. A GoPro battery is going to last just over an hour. They're not designed to be running for 5 hours. But I decided for the stream, sort of the principles of it was that I wanted more than one camera. It had to be live, and it had to be live for the entirety of the match. There's nothing that people haven't seen about, my setup today. Anything I've not done unusually. There's my 8mm pellets, Ringer's 8mm straight out of the bag. And there's some fishery 2mm pellets that I'm using in the feeder. That's it. So I always wanted to be able to show everybody everything that I was doing, and you would never sit there and think, but is that what you really did? You know? Anyway, I'm prattling on about my ideas behind on the channel. Where's these fish? So yeah. So if you're tuning in and you're not subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you could hit that subscribe button, click that little bell for notifications, so you'll see when I go live. It's a bit oh, it's a drop back. Oh, I missed that. Drop back bite. Sounds like I've got a swing tip, doesn't it? Oh, it's just an old-fashioned swing tip. Or I'm fishing with a bobbin, you know, a milk bottle, an old milk bottle top bobbin. But yeah. All right, out of the way, ducks. Feeder coming in. That duck has dived. Look, he's trying to get that feeder. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. So yeah, anyway, if you're watching now live or you're watching later, so I get a lot of people watching my live streams later, you know, when it's convenient. You're not subscribed, if you hit that button, that'd be really appreciated. It helps with visibility on YouTube, on, you know, how much it's showing the channel to other people. So if you could do that, that'd be fantastic. But, you know, I'm just heading towards 250 subscribers. In just after, you know, just over 5 months or something, and I've had a lot of technical problems, and the quality was awful. And but now I think I'm on the right track, and I'm doing more fishing, and the more it works, the more I'm going to fish. Although this week is pretty jam-packed. Yeah, right. That's the idea, John. If you can't be out yourself, whatever it is you're doing, find a way to watch someone that is on a match, or just out pleasure fishing. You know. I've got a friend in the States. She had me on YouTube on a massive great telly the other week, in the back of the winter when I was pike fishing. Come on, goose. She sent me this picture, like massive Graham in her house, with a pike in his hand. So yeah, that's the idea. So yeah, busy week this week. Big rain. Oh, rain. Hold on a second, everybody. Rain is my nemesis. We've got to do that. Oh, that's horrid. Right, goose, will you get out of it, please? Well, we've got 10 minutes to go before the end of the match and the heavens have opened. So this week, let me bring that in. I can keep the stream running as long as I can keep the laptop dry. Oh, I did have a jacket somewhere. I don't know what I've done with it. Let's not worry about it. So what was I saying? Yeah, busy week this week fishing. I've got lots of opportunity to go. So I'm going for it. So we've got river yesterday, here today. I'll be on the river. I'm chucking that further when I've been putting those pellets in. River for the next couple of evenings. It's local, I can get out after work for a couple of hours. And then Saturday morning, I think it's going to be. Sometime in the morning, so I'm going down the river with the view of trying to catch some decent chub and barbel. I've caught a couple of chub. There's much bigger chub. Not caught a barbel out the river. I've not had a barbel in a river for 30 years, but that's on Saturday morning. All the bait and gear's ready at home for that. I've got to make some adjustments to my other feeder rod and change the tip and stuff. And then Sunday I'm back down here for the Open on Syndicate Lake. So it's all going on. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it today. I've enjoyed the chat. I had a good chat with some people last night too. So it's perfect. It's working out exactly as I wanted it to. And hopefully it's just the stream's going to get bigger. It's going to be a good little thing. Interestingly, John, since I've changed to the pellet feeder, I've stopped getting the indications that I was getting on the bomb. Right? All that's happening now is the rod's just bending round. So I just need to try and have a little think about what's going on there. Because it means it's not liners between... Oh, I've said that, I've just had that little indication there. It's not so much liners then. It is fish playing with the 8mm pellet. But these fish can't have been playing with an 8mm pellet. You know, 8 £8 carp doesn't do that. Now this rain's royally coming down. So I am going to cut the stream off with 5 minutes to go. Because I'm sitting here in a t-shirt and that rain's coming down. So I'll do a little summary video with the results. I've got a bit of content that I'll edit into a video probably tonight. I've got 30-40 odd pound. If I can have another fish, then that'll be £50. Just seeing if it'll go around now. I'll sit here for a couple of minutes in the rain. I don't want to sit here for... maybe I'll sit here for 5 minutes in the rain. Or does it matter? So yeah, I've had a great time today. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but... Yeah, maybe I think I sort of understand what you get. Maybe you could achieve the same then. Guy to my right's not happy. Maybe you could achieve the same if you fished a PVA bag on the bomb. you're creating that pile of bait right by the hook bait. And instead of the fish going, oh, you know, there's a pellet, maybe, you're going, there's something to, you know, something worth your while. It could be that. Or I wonder if that's another approach you could take. It's starting to get those same indications now, just where that tip just sort of bends a little bit, then pings back. See, that's a liner, it's just gone a bit further and gone a bit further, and it's pinged back. Come on, give me one more fish. That's not really where that method is. Method's a bit further than that. Right, we'll sit it out 4 minutes. Hopefully things are going to be all right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It's interesting what you're saying. I've always had good success just on the bomb though. I've never had it, you know, this iffy with so many indications and no bites to show for it. But I've got another feeder rod in the bag. I think I need to definitely get one set up, ready with a 20 gram feeder on it. And there's my last fish of the day. I think it feels like it's a little F1. What are you? Skimmer? No, the bream. And that may explain why I said that Malcolm had bubbles in his peg. Because I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's fishing a pellet feeder. Don't tell anybody. Yeah. Yeah. Something to think about for Sunday. Look at those ducks. Something about for Sunday. Although predominant method is the is fishing with the pole shallow. And certain pegs that are winning the match. Right, where are we? Here we are. Back again. Rain stopped for a minute. And the whistle's going to go in about 60 seconds. But you're right, I think that's been a good lesson today, John, in how to turn liners on the bomb line into bites. Liners to bites, with John on the fishing stream. I think that we could call the video that. And that's the end of the match. That's the end of the match. Right. I think Malcolm's done really well next door. But we might have sussed a few things today. Although I'm not coming back to this lake probably for a long time. Right. Here we go. Quick summary. Match has just finished. I think I've got 30, 40, 45 pound, which I think is no good. Well, when I had no carp, Malcolm to the left of me had 12 carp. So in terms of how I'd done in the match, terrible. But learnt a lot and had a great conversation. And that's really what the fishing stream's all about. It's around, sharing my match fishing and my fishing with some other people and having a chat about it along the way. Overall we started, just a quick summary, started on the pellet waggler. For the first hour and 15 minutes I've had 4 F1s for about £8. I've then had a look on the bomb, and I've had a few indications. I can't do that very well, tips just doing that, and then it'll get a liner and then it'll be like that. So there's fish in the area. I've tried to go back on the waggler. I've had a bit of difficulty with the ducks. Gentleman to my left has been catching on the bomb, gentleman to the right has been catching on the waggler. I've been stuck in a little bit in the middle, trying to work out what to do. The indications on the bomb line continued. We had a little conversation, and I ended up chucking a method feeder, a little pellet feeder, over the top of it. And I've had 4 fish in the last 40 minutes. I've caught 75% of my weight in the last 40 minutes of the match. So really good. I've learnt quite a lot from that, so that's fantastic. And that's it. That's been the day. I've got to pack up. I've got the scale, so I've got that nice wet messy job. I will post the weigh sheet on the community tab of the YouTube channel. At the end of the day, it'll be posted probably by the time I get home. I'll put that up, and then I'll probably do a little video summary of the day, actually, because there's been some quite interesting points. And I'll have a chat with Malcolm. He's on the boards in a minute, so I'll have a chat with him, and he'll probably tell me nothing, but we'll have a little chat about techniques. So that was it. That was the day. I had a great time. Thanks for tuning in. As I was saying earlier, if you're not subscribed, I would appreciate if you hit that subscribe button, turn the notifications on, and then when I'm barbel and chub fishing as a complete amateur noob on Saturday morning, early doors, then you can tune in for the